So take me to the ocean, or give me your last kiss. Do not doubt my desire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? I'm a hero. I'm a hero for hire. And now my heart beats pounding. Worldwide is
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here, and judging by the quality of this first class, going to be a fun day sorting goats here at the Montgomery County Fair. Really a deep class of lightweight goats. I felt like as we went through, all of these goats are really, they've been fed and conditioned right. I think they're all acceptable in terms of where we are in maturity. They've all got some muscle. Just a nice class from end to end. That said, I think when you get up on the very top end of this class, it gets really competitive. We got one to win it that does so nicely for me. This one is one that when you just study him in terms of his build, he's as wide made at the ground. He's as opened up in the center of his body as anything in the class, but he's still really extended, really attractive up through the front third of his skeleton. I like the way this one's made down his spine as you set him on the move. He's really level. He's a goat that takes a wide stride going away. He's big-hipped and opened up from hooks to pins. And then he's the best handling one that we've got in the top end of the class. We've got more shape, we've got more dimension, more width, and just a crisper edge in terms of that loin in this goat. I think he wins this class really nicely for me. The close placing for me here is second and third. And, you know, when you stand off and you study them, certainly this is the one you want to move up and let be in second. This is the one that's most like our class winner. He's made better skeletally, particularly when we set him on the move. He stays really level down his top. He's a goat that I think you can appreciate in terms of the way he handles his feet and legs. He's awfully opened up from hooks to pins and really attractive there. Where I want to change this one is the way his loin's laid in him. I just want to pick that edge up, get a little more width, a little more depth, and a little more freshness in this one when you touch down his top. But I think he's got too much more in terms of skeletal quality over the goat that stands right behind him, not to let him move up here and get into this second slot. I think total volume of muscle, these two goats are pretty competitive and pretty close. I just think we're more complete from a skeletal standpoint. The goat in third handles better, and that's where it gets a little bit tough for me. He's one that handles really good at the base of his shoulder. Certainly is better made from his last rib back in terms of his touch and his handle. He gets a little off in his hip at times. He's a goat that wants to hold his spine up and get just a little high in his top, both on the move and on the brace. And I think one that when you really get in behind him probably doesn't open up quite as good from hooks to pins as he goes away, probably doesn't maintain his width through his hocking to the ground quite as well as the two that stood ahead of him, but a really nice goat from a handle quality standpoint, one that's really fresh and really on point in terms of where we've got him condition-wise in this particular class. It's a nice goat. A little thinner goat in fourth, one that when he walked in really catches your attention. This is one that from a design and skeletal standpoint you really appreciated. He's tall-fronted, he's level down his top, he's good on his feet and legs. You study this one from the side, love the outline. When you get him up into the very top end of the class, there's just not quite as much goat there as we have in the three that stood ahead. As he goes away, he gets together at the ground a little more, not quite as wide-based, and then when you handle him down his top, simply doesn't have the mass and volume maybe that we have in the top three. And then the young ladies goat that round out our top five was one that's got as much muscle as anything in the class. Gets a little out of balance for me in terms of the way he's made up through his front end. He gets a little deeper through his chest floor. He opens up at the point of his shoulder a notch more. He gets a little rounder in terms of the way he's made out through his hip. From a carcass quality standpoint, you've got to let this one get up into the top end of the class, but just not quite the overall balance and style that we have in the goats that stood ahead. Good set here. Congratulations to these exhibitors on a good class.
Results, Class 1, first place goes to exhibitor number 6, Matthew Sester, Caney Creek, New Caney, FFA. Second place goes to exhibitor number 8, Logan Navarro, Porter, FFA. Third goes to exhibitor 7, Jabry Mann, Montgomery, FFA. Fourth was exhibitor 4, Todd Kerr, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Fifth was exhibitor 5, Jessica Ortiz, New Caney, FFA. Sixth was exhibitor 9, Noah Chamberlain, Montgomery, FFA. Seventh goes to exhibitor 2, Addie Bergman, Montgomery Dobbin, 4-H. Eighth was exhibitor number 3, Sierra Truss, Conroe, FFA. Exhibitor number 1 was 9th, that's Audrey Wood, champion, 4-H. And 10th was exhibitor 10, Vivian Bergman, Montgomery Dobbin, 4-H. First call, Class 3, come to the holding area. Class 3, move to the holding area. This is Class 2. Exhibitor number 11, Shaylin Lim, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Number 12, Keaton Castlesholt, champion 4H. Number 13, Addie Bartlett, champion 4H. 14 is Hadley Jeffcoat, champion 4H. 15, Jenna Dempsey, Willis FFA. 16, Allie Galar, champion 4H. 17, Cyan Moultrie, Grand Oaks FFA. 18, Jaden Lamb, Montgomery FFA. 19, Avery Jackson, Conroe FFA. And 20, Chanley Wellman, Lake Creek Jr. FFA. Class 3, you need to be in the holding area. Class 3, in the holding area.
Well, another competitive class as we get into the second class of market goats. Some give and take, I think, all the way through on this one. Maybe not that one that just runs in here and says, I'm the one you got to use, but there's some good in each of these top 5 or 6, honestly, as we start sorting and evaluating the top end. The paint goat that we start with, when you come up and touch this one, he is the most fresh, he's the most expressive, he's the widest in terms of the top side skeletal width. When you put your hands on him, he's really good from his last rib back. I think a couple of things I'd change about this goat when we set him on the move. He gets a little easy behind his shoulders. I want to level him in his spine. He's one that I'd probably open up just a notch from hooks to pins when you get kind of on this 3/4 view, but that's getting picky on one that's really good in terms of the way he handles his feet and legs. He's really extended and attractive in the front third of his skeleton, and again, the touch and handle quality that this one offers down his top wins this class for me when we get up into the very top end. Another one here in second that I think is massive in terms of shape and dimension, still fresh enough for me when you put your hands on him. One I'd probably drop in his flank just a tick, but where he falls a little short as we compare him to the goat that stands right ahead. Maybe not quite as firm in his touch, maybe not quite as smooth in terms of the way his blade lays in him and the extension that he has up through his front end, so he doesn't balance quite as nicely when we get him propped up out here on profile as the goat that wins it, but one that I think you love the shape, you love the top side width that he offers. He probably is one that from that last rib back opens up out through his pins and has just a notch more topside width there than the goat that stands ahead, and that's where it can get close for me. We're a little softer handling on the goat in third. This one's got as much muscle, as much product as anything in here. I think he's one that wants to be just a little quicker in terms of his maturity pattern, maybe not quite as correct in terms of the way that fat's laid over that full rib, but I think one that still for me has got enough look and extension up through the front end, has got enough look and balance when we set him on the move. And again, we've got as much muscle and shape in this one as we've gotten anything in the class today. One that I think if we could just change the tone and condition of him just a tick, we'd consider him maybe a notch higher. We get a little flatter in the goat in fourth, maybe not quite as much overall dimension and just center body as we have in some of the goats ahead, but here's one that is conditioned right, that is fresh and does handle good, one that I'd change maybe just a notch in terms of the overall width that he offers from end to end, but I like the shape, I like the freshness that this one offers today as we get him up into the top end of the class. And then a little goat that rounds out the top 5 that for me just gets a little out of balance off both ends. Got a tremendous amount of shape, a tremendous amount of center body in this goat, one that's conditioned right, that's fresh in terms of the touch, just gets a little coarser and rounder up through his front end and shoulder, gets a little rounder as you watch this one go away out through his hip. I want to pull him apart underneath and get just a notch more base in him as we compare him to some of the goats that stood ahead, but still a really nice goat there in fifth. And I think from there down, we've still got really nice goats, but goats that I wanted to pull apart, maybe level in terms of their spine and their top line just a tick compared to the goats that stood ahead. But lots of quality here. Let's congratulate these kids on a good class for me.
Results, Class 2, first place goes to Exhibit 15, Jenna Dempsey, Willis 4H. Number 13 was second place, that's Addie Bartlett, champion 4H. Third goes to Exhibitor 17, Cyan Moultrie, Grand Oaks, FFA. Fourth goes to Chanley Wellman, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. Fifth was exhibitor number 12, Keaton Castleshope, champion 4H. Sixth was exhibitor 14, Hadley Jeffcoat, champion 4H. Seventh was exhibitor 19, Avery Jackson, Conroe, FFA. Eighth was exhibitor 16, Allie Gillard, champion 4H. Ninth was exhibitor 18, Jaden Lamb, Montgomery, FFA, and 10th goes to exhibitor number 11, Shaylin Lim, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Class 4, move to the holding area. Class 4, move to the holding area. This is Class 3, exhibitor 21, Catherine Chamberlain, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. 22 is Kendall Riot, champion 4H. 23, Kenneth Yeager, Grand Oaks, FFA. 24, Bailey Evans, Willis, FFA. 25, Kay Holba, New Caney, FFA. 26, Jalen Dodd, Evening Star, 4H. 27, Carly Moore, Champion 4-H. 28, Elizabeth German, Oak Ridge FFA. 29, Cadence DeBoer, Caney Creek Jr. FFA. Exhibit 30, Parker Moriarty, Montgomery Dobbin 4-H. And 31, Dakota Spall, Splendora FFA.
Water gets a little deeper in this class as we get up into the top end here. I think certainly some quality in this top 4 or 5 as we get them out here and you start studying and determining which way you want to go. That said, you sure need to find these two, in my mind, and get them worked into that top pair. They don't get many steps in the ring over here, and you have a pretty good idea of where they're going to wind up. And then you keep studying, you put your hands on them, and you study them throughout the class, and there's no question these are the two that need to gravitate to the top end of the class. That said, I think we got one that wins it handily for me in this particular class. This is an awful nice weather to start with, one that I think combines structural correctness and integrity in terms of the way he's made in his skeleton. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. He's level in his spine. He's opened up from hooks to pins. He's one that's great in his center body, touches with a tremendous amount of shape and width down his top, and then just study this one and the way he handles right through the center of his stifle and the width and the shape that he has there. Still really attractive in terms of the way he's made up through his breastplate and his chest floor. I think his blade lays in him really good. If you want to get picky, could he be just that much longer necked and give just a notch more extension up through his front end? Maybe, but that's getting picky on one that I think's awfully good to start this particular class. He's taller fronted than the red goat that stands right behind him, and when you set him on the move, he just runs uphill a notch better than the red goat. I think when you put your hands on them, they're very similar in terms of just mass and shape down their top. I think you really have to appreciate the way that they come right out of the base of their shoulder with just a massive rack and maintain that all the way back through their loin. Big hipped and tremendous shape through the center of his leg. I just want to make this one a notch taller at the point of his shoulder. I think he's one, if we could do that, it gets really, really competitive in the top pair. That's a nice pair of goats to start this particular class. From a skeletal design, this goat here in third is more like our class winner than the red goat is. He's really balanced. He's really attractive. He's awfully good on his feet and legs. When he comes in the ring, he's one you find and just say, that one's built really good. I hope we got enough muscle in him. That's where he gets marginal. We want to put just a notch more shape, a little more dimension coming right out of the base of the shoulder as we compare him to the two that stand ahead. I think one that maybe could open up just a notch better from hooks to pins and get a notch more turn and shape in the lower third as we compare him to the two goats that stand ahead of him. But as you compare him to the goats that follow him, he certainly has enough there to compete nicely with the next several in the class, and he's just made better from a skeletal quality standpoint. He's taller at the point of his shoulder. Again, he's leveler in terms of his spine than the goats that follow him up in class. I think he's really complete, just doesn't quite have the power of our top two in this particular class. Nice goat there in third. The young lady's goat in fourth is another one that you really like when you set this one on the move. Really level down his top, really big and opened up from hooks to pins. I felt like when you put your hands on this one, he probably gets to be the least descript in terms of the shape that he offers down his top compared to the three that stand ahead of him. That's where we had changed this one, but I like him in his center body. I like the way he's made out through his hip. You really like this one when you set him on the move. Young lady's goat in fifth is one that's got some muscle and some shape in him. He gets a little easy down his top. He gets a little plainer in terms of the way he's made up through his front end. I want to fix this one on his rear legs. He gets a little softer pasture and it comes into his hock just a tick more than the goats that stand ahead of him. Like the muscle quality, I changed some things skeletally about that goat to move him up further. Good class. Congratulations.
Results, Class 3. First place goes Exhibit 31, Dakota Splendora, FFA. Second goes to Exhibit 22, Kendall Riot, Champion 4H. Third was Exhibitor 30, Parker Moriarty, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. Fourth was 24, Bailey Evans, Willis, FFA. Fifth was 26, Jalen Dodd, Evening Star, 4H. Sixth was 23, Kenneth Yeager, Grand Oaks, FFA. Seventh was Candace DeBoard, Exhibitor 29 from Caney Creek Jr., FFA. Eighth was Catherine Chamberlain, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. Ninth was Kai Holba, New Caney, FFA. 10th was Elizabeth Green, Oak Ridge, FFA. And 11th was 27, Carly Moore, Champion, 4H. First call, Class 5, move to the holding area, please. Class 5, move to the holding area. This is Class 4. Exhibitor 32, Brooke Broussard, Montgomery Jr., FFA. 33, Mason Cochran, New Caney Jr., FFA. 34, Melanie DeBoer, Caney Creek Junior FFA. 35, Paisley Harriman, champion 4H. 36, Sawyer Yoakley, Caney Creek Junior FFA. 37, Avery Vader, champion 4H. 38, Sophia Gentles, Montgomery Junior FFA. 39, Kyle Norris, Outback 4H. 40 is Roy Yoakley, Caney Creek Junior FFA. 41, Angela Barnes, Oak Ridge FFA. 42, Kristen St. Clair, Montgomery Junior FFA. 43, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin 4H. 44, Marley Moriarty, Montgomery Dobbin 4H. And 45, Brooke Higdon, the Woodlands FFA.
Well, I think another really competitive class. This top three is a nice trio of goats that honestly each of them has some strengths and some things that we might change about them just slightly, but I think all three of them have a lot to offer, and certainly you need to find them and get them up towards the top of the class. The one that's just built better from a skeletal standpoint, from a design standpoint, is the young lady we start with. This one is really attractive on the move. He's really attractive excuse me, when we get him set out here and kind of propped up from the side. He's one that you just have to love in terms of the way he's made up out his hip from hooks to pins and up through the front third of his skeleton, the way his shoulder lays in him, the way his breastplate's tucked up in him, and the way that he comes out of that base of that shoulder with that big forearm and the shape that he offers working in his rack. He maintains his levelness down his top extremely well when we set him on the move. And again, one that's just really functional in terms of his feet and legs. I like the muscle volume that we've got in this one. I think he's as good at his center body. I think he's as good through his stifle as anything that we've got in this particular class. If we're going to change him, we're going to change his hip one juncture, probably smooth him up there just a tick. I think he's a goat, though, that maybe just ties a notch lower there than some of the goats that stand ahead. I think he's one that still is certainly has got the width and has got the depth in that loin edge that we want to find to let him move up and win the class. He's just one that, for me, is awfully complete. From that last rib back, you probably do like the red-legged goat here just a notch better. He is really good in terms of the way he's made out through his loin, out through his hip. Tremendous amount of shape and turn in his lower leg. Just lots of muscle and lots of product in this one. Where he gets off for me is when we set him on the move. I want to make him a notch taller at the point of his shoulder. I want to level him in his spine just a nickel as we compare him to the goat that wins this particular class. But I think he's really smooth. He's really balanced when we get him propped up out here. And again, the handle quality in this one in terms of the width and thickness that he offers down his top is tremendous. He's probably got the most condition right over that forearm of any of our top three, but I think we're still acceptable here in terms of what we've got on him. He's a goat that's probably a notch earlier maturing than the goats on either side of him, but I think a skeletal quality puts him over the goat in third. He's leveler down his top. I think he handles his rear legs better. When we set him on the move, he takes a wider step. He maintains his width through his hock into the ground better than the goat in third. Goat in third, I think, is really fresh and really conditioned correctly today. So another one with a tremendous amount of muscle and product in him. He's one that probably wants to roll just a notch more out his hip. He's a goat that I think gets up in his spine a tick when we set him on the move and just doesn't balance quite as nicely as the two that we stand ahead. And again, just study this one at his pace. I want to pull him apart as he goes away from me through his hock and to the ground. Just get a little more base in him as we compare him to the two goats that stand ahead. But you do love the muscularity that this one offers. And for me, these three separate from the class, just in terms of skeletal build, in terms of muscularity and freshness and the way that they handle today. These three did a really nice job of moving into that top end. The goat coming up next in class here in fourth is one that gives you a great look from the side. Really balanced, really attractive. A goat that wants to run uphill when we set him on the move, and that's where he gets around the goat that's in fifth. I want to change this one in terms of his handle quality. I want to get that loin edge up in him. He's one that I'd probably open up just a tick more from hooks to pins as we compare him to the top three. You like the rack shape that this one offers. You like the leanness that he has in this particular set as we compare him to a goat or two that stand behind him. I think the firmness and shape that he offers is awfully good. And then a real good handling goat in fifth. One of the smaller goats in the class, but one that for me really wants to run downhill. I want to raise him up at the point of his shoulder. He's a goat that I think you just balance just a tick more to let him move up further in the class. Love the muscularity that he offers. Love the shape that he offers when you handle him down his top. Just doesn't balance quite as nice as the top end of the class. Good set. Congratulations to these kids.
Results, Class 4. First place, Exhibit 44, Marty Moratti, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. Second was 43, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. Third was 45, Brooke Higdon, The Woodlands, FFA. Fourth was 41, Angelina Barnes, Oak Ridge, FFA. Fifth was 37, Avery Vader, Champion, 4H. Sixth was 32, Brooke Broussard, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Seventh was 33, Mason Cochran, McKinney Jr., FFA. Eighth was 42, Kristen St. Clair, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Ninth was 35, Paisley Harriman, Champion, 4H. 10th was 39, Kyle Norris, Outback, 4-H. 11th was 36, Sawyer Yoakley, Caney Creek Junior FFA. 12th was 34, Melanie DeBoard, Caney Creek Junior FFA. 13th was 38, Sophia Gentles, Montgomery Junior FFA. 14th was exhibitor number 40, Roy Yoakley, Caney Creek Junior FFA. Class 6, move to the holding area. Class 6, come to the holding area. This is Class 5, exhibitor number 46, Carly Hagemeyer, Montgomery Junior FFA. 47, Riley Kerr, Montgomery FFA. 48, Woodrow Knox, New Caney Junior FFA. 49, Skylar Scott, New Caney FFA. 50 is Amy Braun, Magnolia West FFA. 51, Jackson Dutton, Champion 4-H. 52, Addison Bader, Champion 4-H. 53, Tyler Ballard, Willis 4-H. 54, Mason Dutton, Champion 4-H. 55, Lane Walton, Magnolia West Junior FFA. 56, Caitlin Schindler, Magnolia West FFA. Class 6, move to the holding area. Class 6, come to the holding area.
Another really nice class with some depth of quality in this class as well. I think as you watch them walk in and you study the way these goats are made, and you try to find those that got some balance, and you can tell when you set them on the move that they got some muscle and some shape and some width in them. These three you find pretty quick coming in the gate, and know that they're going to be towards the top end of the class, and hope everything's right in terms of the touch, and we don't have one that's over-conditioned, and we certainly don't when we get into the top three. We do have one, though, that is much, much fresher in terms of his touch and handle, and that's the young lady's goat that we start with today, one that I think you can really appreciate for having the right kind of shape and width down his top. Where this one excels, the goats that stand behind him for me today, is the way he's made out through his hip. He is tremendous in terms of hooks to pins, the width that he offers in his upper hip, the width that he maintains as he goes away from you. And just study this one across his stifle and look at the width that he has and the shape that he has there in terms of the lower third. Could he be a little stronger in his spine when we set him on the move? Certainly could. Part of that is this goat's really fighting that halter. He's tipping his head up and he's getting a little easy behind his shoulder. That's a big part of it. When we get him kind of stuck out here, I think this goat's made plenty good enough in terms of his spine and in terms of his skeleton. And again, it's much fresher in terms of his touch and handle. It's bigger hip than the goats that follow him. Love the balance and look of the paint-fronted goat here that stands second. This is one you love to watch walk. He's tall-shouldered. He's level down his top. He's beautiful from the profile standpoint. He's a goat that handles with some shape and some expression down his top, no question. He's not as opened up from hooks to pins as the goat that stands ahead of him. He's probably not quite as fresh in terms of his skin and hair condition and his muscle texture and tone as the goat that beats him in class. But from a skeletal design standpoint, he gets the nod for me in what I think is the close pair here in second and third. I just think he's made better in the front third of his skeleton. I think when you break them down and you really study these things from end to end, from a carcass standpoint, I think they're very, very close and competitive in terms of total volume of muscle. I think this one's made better and balances up better for me when we get up in the top end here. Young lady's goat in third is tremendous. Good job. In terms of the shape that he offers, particularly out his hip. I really like the width that this one's got out through his pins, the shape he's got through the center of his leg. He's not quite as good in terms of his hip-loin transition. He's a goat that of our top three is probably the least fresh. He's probably the stalest in terms of his touch and handle today. We had changed that about him. This young lady gets everything out of this one that you can get from a showmanship standpoint. Really does a nice job getting him stuck out here and planted. But when we set him on the move, he probably is the one that falls out from a balance standpoint. Gets a little deeper up through his chest floor and his front end. He's probably the goat that gets in on those back legs just a notch more going away from me. So not quite as opened up at his base, not quite as balanced and attractive when we get him turned to the side. But then we compare him to the goats that follow him in class. There's just too much more product in this one. We got to let him get up into the top end of this deal for sure. I thought this pair in fourth and fifth were very close and very competitive. A pair of nice, balanced, attractive goats that have got some width. When you get in over the top of them, simply didn't have as much shape and as much expression of muscle as the goats that stood right ahead of them in this particular class. So tell the young lady in fourth, I want to pick the loin edge up in this one, get more depth and more width there. This is one you love from a profile standpoint. Another one, another pair here that are shown extremely well. These young people do a great job getting them exhibited to me. It's not quite the volume and product in these two as we had in the top three. Good set. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of Class 5. First place goes to Exhibitor 46, Carly Hagemeyer, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Second was 48, Woodrow Knox, New Caney Jr., FFA. Third was 49, Skylar Scott, New Caney, FFA. Fourth was 47, Riley Kerr, Montgomery, FFA. Fifth was 51, Jackson Dutton, Champion 4-H. Sixth was 55, Lane Walton, Magnolia West, Junior, FFA. Seventh was 52, Addison Vader, Champion 4-H. Eighth was 53, Taylor Ballard, Willis, 4-H. Ninth was 54, Mason Dutton, Champion 4-H. 10th was Caitlin Schindler, Magnolia West, FFA. And 11th was Amy Braun, Magnolia West, FFA. Class 7, move to the holding area. Class 7, come to the holding area. This is Class 6, exhibitor number 57, Polly Kerr, Montgomery, FFA. 58, Tanner Adams, Splendora FFA. 59, Rebecca Brooks, Montgomery FFA. 60 is Zoe Sadler, Trails End 4A. 61, Aubrey Lansell, Conroe FFA. 62, Hope Strasser, Grand Oaks FFA. 63, Carolyn Andrews, College Park FFA. 64, Levi Gentles, Montgomery Junior FFA. 65, Drew Cheshire, Magnolia West FFA. And 66, Briley Howerman, Champion 4H. Class 7, move to the holding area. Class 7, come to the holding area.
To me, these classes continue to get tougher and more competitive, particularly on the top end. I think we've got a really, really nice top 3 to 5 in here that I think you certainly can appreciate. And certainly these top 3, when we get them turned out here, they're exceptional. Just really, really nice market goats that have a lot of things that we want to find in terms of weathers today and what we're trying to, as breeders, what we're trying to make, and the quality, the skeletal design, the muscularity, and still giving you some good look and some balance and some ring appeal. I think we got a nice set. That said, the close placing here for me was 2 and 3. This goat that wins it, I think, does so really nicely. This one, from a skeletal design standpoint, to me is ideal. He's really good in terms of the way he's made in his rib. Really good in his center body. Really good in his forerib and the way he comes out of the point of his shoulder. One that handles with a tremendous amount of shape and smoothness down his top. A tremendous amount of width from hooks to pins. He opens up really good there. He probably has as much shape right through the center of his leg as the goat that stands right behind him. I think he's one that handles his feet and legs extremely well when we set him on the move. He's flexible. He takes a long stride. He runs uphill. He's really attractive up through his front end. That's a nice weather to start this particular class. And we're not going to take anything away from this weather in second. This thing is packed full of power and muscle. Probably got as much shape through the center of his leg as you could want. One that's tremendous right through the center of his stifle and his center leg. To me, where he separates and gets a little different from our class winner, he just gets bolder at the point of his shoulder. He's a goat that probably gets just a notch deeper when you study him from the side as we compare him to our class winner. And for me, with as much muscle, as much stoutness as we've got from a muscularity standpoint, I want to give him just a notch more foot and bone size compared to the goat that starts this particular class. He's just not quite as stout in terms of his skeleton as the goat that starts. So for me, one that while you certainly appreciate the muscularity and the shape, I want to clean his front end up and stouten him just a touch in terms of his skeleton, but that's a really good weather in second as well. We sent him on the move. The goat in third falls out. He's the one that gets a little more constricted in terms of his movement today compared to the 2 that stand ahead of him. And as he goes, he's one that gets straight through his hock and wants to roll out his hip and stand his loin out or stand his spine up just a tick more than the 2 goats that stand ahead. When we get him stopped and propped up like this, you really like this goat. He's got a tremendous amount of smoothness and shape down his top as well. Probably not quite as good in terms of that loin edge today as either of the 2 that stood ahead of him, but that's an awfully, awfully good weather in third. I think the young lady's weather here in fourth is one that for me, when we set him on the move, gets just a little easier down his top. And if we could level his spine from a muscle standpoint, I think he competes nicely. But you can study him out here on profile, he just gets a little out of balance with that spine, with that levelness that he has down his top, with the depth that he has right through his center body. He's one that just doesn't balance to give you quite as much look from the side as the top three, but you love the muscularity and the width that he has. I told the young lady on the paint goat in fifth that the balance and the look and the showmanship on this goat get him moved up in class. This young lady does a fantastic job getting this one shown to me. He's the one, when we get up in the top five, simply doesn't have as much muscle. He's narrower when you study him from hooks to pins. He's flatter through his stifle than the goats that stand ahead. But you love the balance, you love the structural correctness, and just the freshness and touch this one offers as well. Good class. Congratulations.
Results, Class 6, first place goes to 65, Drew Cheshire, Magnolia West, FFA. Second goes to Exhibit 60, Zoe Sadler, Trails M, 4H. Third goes to 58, Tanner Adams, Splendora, FFA. Fourth goes to 57, Polly Kerr, Montgomery, FFA. Fifth goes to 63, Caroline Andrews, College Park, FFA. Sixth goes to 62, Hope Strasser, Grand Oaks, FFA. Seventh goes to 66, Briley Harriman, Champion, 4H. Eighth goes to 59, Rebecca Brooks, Montgomery, FFA. Ninth goes to 61, Aubrey Lansell, Conroe, FFA. And 10th goes to 64, Levi Gentles, Montgomery Junior, FFA. Class 8, you need to move to the holding area. Class 8, you need to move to the holding area. This is Class 7. Exhibitor number 67, Cameron Zerati, Montgomery, FFA. 68 is Evelyn Jester, Magnolia, 4H. 69, Tisa Richardson, College Park, FFA. 70, Brooklyn McCurry, Montgomery, FFA. 71, Gussie Armatis, Montgomery, FFA. 72, Carly Rogers, Montgomery Junior, FFA. 73, Avery Draper, Montgomery, FFA. 74, Avery McCartney, Conroe Junior, FFA. And 75, Kenley Walter, Champion, 4H.
Another really nice class. These kids did a nice job getting these goats ready and getting them shown to me. And I think we've got some depth and we've got some consistency in here and some tough decisions to make, in my opinion, as we work down through the class here. But I think we've got one to start the class that you appreciate a lot of things about. This one is really, really fresh in terms of his handle, extremely expressive and massive when you study him down his top. He's the big-ended one with the most shape and expression through his center and lower third of his leg. I think he's a goat that still balances up nicely enough when we get him propped up there out here on the side. And we'll set him on the move. He still wants to run uphill enough for me. He gets maybe just a notch bolder through the point of his shoulder than some of the goats in his class, and I'm not in love with his rear legs. He gets a little softer on his pastern and wants to toe out just a tick more than some of the goats that we've got standing behind him, but there's just too much more good in him from a market animal standpoint in terms of shape and in terms of expression and freshness today for him not to move up and win this class nicely for me. This second and third was my close pair. I really had to study these goats. I think they're very similar in terms of the way they're designed. Both of these goats want to taper just a tick from hooves to pins, so especially as we compare them to our class winner, and I want to open them up there and change them there. I think both of these goats handle with shape and some expression down their top. I think they're both fresh enough in terms of the way they touch and handle today. I think both of these goats are built very similar in terms of the front third of their skeleton. They're extended, they're smooth in terms of the way they lay their shoulder in. They don't have as much product as our class winner, certainly, but I think they're a nice pair. I think when you put your hands on these two, the goat in third's got a notch more condition on him. He's probably not quite as lean as the goat that starts this class. And then you stand off and study him. This goat in second's just got a notch more length from flank to flank for me as we compare the two, but I think a really close placing in second and third and a nice pair of goats there as well. We got a goat coming up in fourth that today probably got just a little easier in his spine. When we set him on the move, probably wanted to run downhill just a notch more in his center body. Again, he's one that as he goes away, he wants to come together in his hock. I just want to pull him apart there as we compare him to some of the goats that stood ahead. But that's a goat that's got some muscle, and he's got some carcass merit in him. He's a goat that's conditioned correctly, and I think there's a lot of good as we compare him to the goat in fifth, which is another goat that I think from a skeletal design standpoint you can appreciate. We get him up in the top five. He gets to be the softest and the most heavily conditioned one in here over that forearm. I'd like to take just a notch of condition off him to let him move up further. Another good class. Congratulations.
Results, Class 7. First place goes to 75, Kenley Walter, champion 4H. Second goes to 72, Carly Rogers, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Third goes to 67, Cameron Zarate, Montgomery FFA. Fourth goes to 71, Gussie Armatis, Montgomery FFA. Fifth goes to 73, Avery Draper, Montgomery FFA. Sixth goes to 70, Brooklyn McCurry, Montgomery FFA. Seventh goes to 68, Evelyn Jester, Magnolia 4H. Eighth goes to 69, Tisa Richardson, College Park FFA. And ninth was 74, Avery McCartney, Conroe Jr. FFA. Class 9, move to the holding area. Class 9, come to the holding area. This is Class 8, exhibit number 76, Penelope Vasquez, Grand Oaks Jr. FFA. 77, Morgan Yeager, Grand Oaks FFA. 78, Colton Hightower, Conroe FFA. 79, Kylie Sadler, Trails End 4H. 80 is Chloe Pollock, Oak Ridge FFA. 81, Trista Tully, Oak Ridge FFA. 82, Emma Hudson, Montgomery FFA. 83, Jessica Taylor, Magnolia Jr. FFA. 84, Henry O'Neill, Lake Creek FFA. 85 is Kensington Nixon, College Park FFA. And 86, Kylie Jones, Caney Creek FFA. Class 9, you need to be in the holding area. Class 9, come to the holding area.
Another really challenging and competitive class here. I think as we get a little bit heavier, a little more mature with these goats, we're starting to see some that maybe aren't quite as youthful as we've gotten this top pair here. I think there's so much give and take between these two goats that you just got to make a decision on which way you're going to go. They're very similar in terms of the way they're made, but I think there's some distinct differences in them as I study them and where I want to put my priorities today. We'll start with the young lady's weather in the purple shirt up here, one that I think for me just balances just a notch better on the move and on the profile. I think this goat's made better up through the front third. I think we're taller at the point of the shoulder. I think when you put your hands on this one's got more shape working right out of the back of his shoulder. So he's one that's just got just a notch more rack. He's got a notch more dimension working down his top. And those are the areas where I think this one gets the edge for me as we compare the two. I think the goat that stands right behind him is probably one that I like just a notch better from hooks to pins. I think he opens up a bit better in his upper hip. I think he's got more shape and more dimension right through the center of his leg as we compare him to the goat that beats him in class. But I do think when you put your hands on him, he's probably just a tick plainer coming right out of the back of his shoulder. He's probably not quite as good from his last rib back in terms of the depth and the width that he has in his loin edge. Both of these goats to me are balanced. They're attractive when we get them turned to the side. Again, we're probably a notch taller shouldered on the goat that wins it for me today, so he gets that balance edge when we start comparing these two. It's a really nice pair of goats that to start this particular class. Just some things in each of them that would probably change and a little bit of give and take. These young ladies did a great job getting them shown to me as well. It's a good pair to start with. If you want muscle and you just want to touch and handle a thick one, this goat here in third is tremendous in terms of shape and width that he offers today. Lots of muscle and product in him. You can certainly appreciate from a carcass standpoint what he's got to offer. For me, he's a goat that gets too plain and conventional in the way he's made up through his shoulder and his head and neck. I want to change that about him as we compare him to the goats that stand ahead of him in class. It's not a muscle thing. It's not a carcass quality thing. This one gets right in there and competes extremely strong. I just don't think he's as complete as the two that stand ahead of him in this class today. We'd have to smooth him up at the point of his shoulder. We'd probably make him a little more refined in terms of the way it comes out of that top of that shoulder with his head and neck, and just make him a little more balanced and attractive there. But again, you love the muscularity and the product that this one offers. From there, we start to get into goats that today just don't quite have as much dimension and shape and product in them. This next couple, I think, were a pair that balance and give you a good look from the side. You can see some width when you get right in over the top of them. I think they've got more base width than some of the goats that place down lower. Maybe not quite the handle quality and the shape and the product in this next pair as we had in the top three, but still lots of quality between them as well. I think as you compare them, the goat that's in fourth for me is one that just balances a tick better. He's leveler down his top. I think he's a goat that's laid just a little neater up through his blade and his front end. I think they're very similar in terms of total volume of muscle, and still a nice pair there at fourth and fifth. Really good set. Congratulations.
Results, Class 8. First place goes to 82, Emma Hudson, Montgomery, FFA. Second was 81, Trista Tully, Oak Ridge, FFA. Third was 79, Kylie Sadler, trails in 4H. Fourth was 80, Gloria Pollock, Oak Ridge, FFA. Fifth was 77, Morgan Yeager, Grand Oaks, FFA. Sixth was 78, Colton Hightower, Conroe, FFA. Seventh was 85, Kensington Nixon, College Park, FFA. Eighth was 76, Penelope Vasquez, Grand Oaks Jr., FFA. Ninth was 84, Henry O'Neill, Lake Creek, FFA. 10th was 86, Kylie Jones, Caney Creek, FFA. And 11th was 83, Jessica Taylor, Magnolia Jr., FFA. Class 10, move to the holding area. Class 10, come to the holding area. This will be Class 9, exhibitor number 87, Lorna Sumner, College Park, FFA. 88, Megan Evans, Willis, FFA. 89, Jimmy Hatcher, Magnolia, FFA. Exhibitor 90, Sam Wilson, The Woodlands, FFA. 91, Macklin Schultz, Conroe Jr., FFA. 92, Emily Jones, Caney Creek, FFA. 93, Zion Kilo, Grand Oaks FFA. 94, Bailey Slager, Oak Ridge FFA. 95, Holly O'Neill, Lake Creek FFA. 96, Katie Collins, College Park FFA. 97, Brianna Ballard, Willis 4-H. And 98, Olivia Starkey, The Woodlands FFA.
Can we show you JJ? He's just trying to. So this guy really something like yeah. Him and this big old mullet. Him and this big mullet. I'm telling you right now, Holden will never have a mullet. He's over here betting on it. He stopped him and he was betting. He can get him driving. Never ready. Got all.
Another nice class of weather as we get into some of these heavier weight goats. We've still got goats up towards the top of this deal that are fresh and youthful for me. goats that I think handle the weight that we're carrying extremely well. They're still lean and really, really good to the touch, particularly when we talk about this top pair of goats that I think you really appreciate when you put your hands on them. Tremendous shape and expression down their top, tremendous width at the base of their shoulder. Both of these goats are built right in terms of hooks to pins and the width that they've got working out their upper hip, the width that they've got through the center of their leg. I think you certainly can appreciate that. The dark-headed wether that we start with is probably one for me that just opens up better at his base. He's really, really big and bold in his forearm. He's a goat that I think still stays attractive enough up through the front third there in terms of the way he lays his shoulder in him. Love the foot size and the stoutness that this one offers in this particular set. And I think when you get right in over the top of him, there's just more goat, more opened up at his center body. I think, again, that forearm that he offers, the width that he offers going away, there's just a notch more product and volume to him today than there is to go right behind him. Go behind him is probably one that for me is maybe a notch leveler from the point of his shoulder out through his tail set, and I really appreciate that about this goat. Again, love the handle, love the shape, love the expression that this one offers. I don't think we've got quite the topside width in him. I don't think we've got quite the stoutness when we hit the ground in this one that we have in our class winner, but that's not that's taking away some getting pretty picky on one that I think's awfully good in this particular class, whether that was very, very nicely presented as well. Good set, good pair up here to start this particular class. Goat in third and fourth, another pair that I think were fairly close, and we set those on the move as where they sorted. I think we're wider based on the young lady's goat here in third as we compare him to the goat in fourth. He doesn't have the shape and expression. There's no question these two that we used right here were going to be the top two. They just got more shape and expression down their top than the next pair so that we've got working up in this class. But when you get these two out here and you study them, I just think we're opened up better at the base of this goat in third as he goes away. I think he maintains some width through his hock and to the ground better than the goat that stands right behind him. I love the length of side, the extension that we've got in this next goat. But as this one goes away, he really does get narrow at the ground. He really does come in at his hock. And I think probably when you start studying, you kind of get on this three-quarter view right here. He's a goat that probably tapers from hooks to pins more than the three that we stood ahead of him. But that's a nice pair in third and fourth as well. And then the wether here in fifth is one that to me just got a little plainer in terms of the way he's made. He rounds out his hip and doesn't handle his hind legs quite as well. He's a goat that probably for me gets a little bit rounder and bolder up through his shoulder. Tremendous amount of muscle and shape, doesn't have quite the balance and the structural integrity that we've got in the goats that stood ahead of him in this particular class. Good set. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results, Class 9. First place goes to 95, Holly O'Neill, Lake Creek, FFA. Second was Exhibitor 89, Jimmy Hatcher, Magnolia, FFA. Third was 94, Bailey Slager, Oak Ridge, FFA. Fourth was 91, Macklin Schultz, Conroe Jr., FFA. Fifth was 90, Sam Wilson, The Woodlands, FFA. Sixth was 87, Lorna Sumner, College Park, FFA. Seventh was 93, Zion Kello, Grand Oaks, FFA. Eighth was 92, Emily Jones, Caney Creek, FFA. Ninth was 98, Olivia Starkey, The Woodlands, FFA. 10th was 88, Megan Evans, Willis, FFA. 11th was 96, Katie Collins, College Park, FFA. And 12th was 97, Brianna Ballard, Willis, 4-H. This is Class 10, exhibitor number 99, Cade Joachim, Montgomery, FFA. 100, Morgan Thomas Willis, FFA. 101, Isaac Moore, Montgomery, FFA. 102, Cadence Fitzgerald, Montgomery, FFA. 103, Parker Atkinson, Grand Oaks, FFA. 104, Bailey Cheshire, Magnolia West, FFA. 105, Allison Taylor, Magnolia, FFA. 106, Brooke Slager, Oak Ridge, FFA. 107, Allie McDougall, Lake Creek, FFA. 108, Claire Frazier, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. And 109, Cameron Hatcher, Magnolia FFA.
Another really nice class as we get in these heavyweights. I think we've got several goats up in the top end of this class that are still really good in terms of their condition. They're still youthful, and they're goats that are expressive in terms of their handle. They're lean enough in terms of the way that their covers laid over those foreribs. I think just a nice set, particularly the top end in this heavyweight class. Now there's three distinctly different kinds to start this deal, and that's kind of unusual, but these are the three most complete ones in here, and that's why it took me a little longer as we sorted and worked up in the top end of this deal, because there's just different ways that you could go depending on where you want to put your priorities. I'm going to start with a goat that I think's got more power and product in him today. Young lady's goat that we start with, I think he's tremendous in terms of the way he handles down his top. There's no question he's bigger and bolder in his forerib. There's no question he's got more shape and dimension in his rack as we compare him to the two that stand in behind him. I think he's better loined. I think he's more opened up from hooks to pins, and certainly he's more shapely from stifle to stifle and in the lower third of his leg. Where I knock him, or where it gets a little bit closer for me, is he is a little easier in his spine, and that's part of being the longest sided one in here. There's a point where you can get these goats maybe just a notch too long. He's right there for me in terms of where I'd like him to be, just to keep him level down his spine. And his front end, he's not as opened up, he's not as exotic made up through his front end as the Weather in second. That's where it gets close. But there's just more product, there's more shape, there's more dimension in this goat. I think he's the one for me that has the best handle quality, the freshest, and the most expressive when you put your hands on him. I really like the balance of this goat in second. To me, he's ideal in terms of length of side, in terms of extension up through his front end. I love the skeletal correctness and balance that this one offers. I think he is maybe just a notch further along in terms of maturity than the goat that stood ahead of him, so we don't have quite the muscle texture and freshness in him that we have in the goat that stood ahead, particularly when you start studying him from his last last rib back. He's not as good in his low and edge today as the goat that stands ahead. But more than anything, I think when you study him from hooks to pins, he's a goat that probably doesn't open up quite as much in his upper hip and certainly doesn't have as much turn and shape through the center of his leg as our class winner does. But that's a really nice goat in second as well. Young Lady's Weather in third, really fresh, really youthful in terms of the way that he handles. He's a goat that when you put your hands on him down his top, you appreciate what you find with some shape and some squareness, some top side skeletal width. And then you get kind of on this three-quarter view or this rear view, and that's where he falls out with our top two. He wants to be the narrowest from hooks to pins. He gets together in his hock more when we set him on the move than the two goats that stood ahead of him. But this one's really fresh, lots of muscle and product in him. I think he's a goat that you have to appreciate a lot of quality in this heavyweight class. Young Lady does a really good job. I don't know how many of you watched, but when she dropped her chain a minute ago, she just dropped the halter and that goat stands there. If you don't think she spent some time with this goat and worked with him, you're not paying attention. She did a great job. We've got a pair over here in fourth and fifth that I think you certainly can appreciate. Is still being youthful, is still being fresh, is being correct in terms of their condition. I think when we set them on the move, the goat in fourth, he fell out for me as being the one that got to be the coarsest up through his front end, the deepest from the point of his shoulder down to his breastplate, and just didn't balance as good as the goat that stood ahead of him. Love the muscularity that he's got in him. I felt like of our top four, he probably is the one that's the farthest along in terms of condition. I think we're still acceptable there at the weight and the age that we are with these heavyweight goats, though. And then the goat in fifth is one that's got a tremendous amount of product. He just gets to be the plainest in his design. The way he's made up through his front end from the point of his shoulder down to his breastplate, the way that he rolls his shoulder out just a notch more. It just doesn't balance quite as nice as the goats ahead. Love the muscularity that this one offers, though. Really good class of heavies. Congratulate these kids for me if you would.
Results, Class 10, first place goes to exhibitor number 104, Bailey Cheshire, Magnolia West, FFA. Second goes to 106, Brooks Slager, Oak Ridge, FFA. Third goes to 108, Claire Frazier, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. Fourth goes to 109, Cameron Hatcher, Magnolia, FFA. Fifth goes to 102, Cadence Fitzgerald, Montgomery, FFA. Sixth goes to 105, Allison Taylor, Magnolia, FFA. Seventh was 101, Isaac Moore, Montgomery, FFA. Eighth was 103, Parker Atkinson, Grand Oaks, FFA. Ninth was 99, Kay Yoakum, Montgomery, FFA. 10th was 107, Allie McDougall, Lake Creek, FFA. And 11th was 100, Morgan Thomas, Willis, FFA. We're going to take about a 5 or 10 minute break, then we'll come back. We'll call the first and second place from each class into the arena.
Been walking the night through, sleep talking with devils. They wrestle with my heartbeat to see what it is that moves me. And I don't wanna live here when nobody believes me. So take me to the ocean, or give me your last kiss. Do not doubt my desire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? I'm a hero. I'm a hero for hire. And now my heart beats pounding. Worldwide there's an alarm that's been sounding. This is not the end of the line. There's a weight on my chest that I need to make life. I am determined to have headlines and endless photographs. Why don't you believe me? Your eyes do not lie, darling. Tell me you see me. Do not doubt my desire. When there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? I'm a hero. I'm a hero for hire. Don't delay my love. Set me aside for the night, and now come running. I will set aside for the night. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. Do not doubt my desire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? Do not doubt my desire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a hero for hire. Well, I gave you all my love and I gave you all my trust and I gave you everything that you need. But you only told me lies and you made me realize that, babe, you ain't no good for me. I can't be with you, you can't be true. And I know just what I got to do. Gonna hit the ground running, running, running just as fast as I can. Gonna hit the ground running, running, Gonna hit the ground running, baby, I'm running, baby, I'm running, 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 running. Gonna hit the ground running, running, running just as fast as I can. Gonna hit the ground running, running, running just as fast as I can. Gonna hit the ground running. Oh, running, baby, baby, running now. Running just as fast as I'm running, just as fast as I can. One. All right. Come on. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Let's hear it.
8, Logan Navarro. Out of Class 2, Exhibit 15, Jenna Dempsey. And 13, Addie Bartlett. Out of Class 3, Exhibit 31, Dakota Spall. And 22, Kendall Wiat. Out of Class 4, Exhibit 44, Marley Moratti. And 43, Molly Moss. Out of Class 5, Exhibit 46, Carly Hagemeyer. And 48, Woodrow Knox. Out of Class 6, Exhibit number 65, Drew Cheshire. And 60, Zoe Sadler. Out of Class 7, Exhibit number 75, Kenley Waldrop. And 72, Carly Rogers. Out of Class 8, Exhibitor 82, Emma Hudson. And 81, Trista Tully. Out of Class 9, Exhibitor number 95, Holly O'Neill. And 89, Jimmy Hatcher. Out of Class 10, Exhibitor number 104, Bailey Cheshire. And 106, Brooke Slager. Those 20 goats are the ones we're going to need back into the arena. All the third place goats be standing by. When the first and second come into the arena, I will call for you to move to the holding area. Third place goats move to the holding area. Third place, move to the holding area. As the judge starts his selection, we want to thank our judge for today, Mr. Jeff Ripley from Franklin, Texas, for coming down and working through our goat show this morning.
If y'all would, let's congratulate these kids in our champion drive with a big round of applause. I can assure you it's not easy to get back out here in this show. It's been really good. It's been really competitive. And these 20 that we've got out here in the ring right now, I think are exceptional, really, really good quality goats. And even better, showmen and young people have done just a fantastic job of getting them fed and conditioned and exhibited out here in the ring. It's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to sort through and work with these young people and give you my opinion on the goats. And that's what you're getting today. It's just an opinion for me, and I'm telling you there's different ways that different judges might go with this set of goats, and there might be something back there in the barn that somebody might like even better than these 20, but I think these 20 suit me extremely well. The show officials, the folks that put this show on are, honestly, I judge lots of shows across the country. These guys are second to none in terms of the way they keep things working and keep things lined up and work this ring. It's just been a pleasure to me to work with professionals and that know what they're doing out here in the show ring. And you young people don't know how good you've got it. So please thank these show officials, shake their hands, and let them know how much you appreciate the work that they put in to give you a quality county fair. This is one of the best that you're going to find anywhere. You just don't know because this may be the only one that you get to participate in. Don't take it for granted. It's a really, really good county fair. Let's give our ring officials and announcers and all the show officials a big round of applause. So So again, I really enjoy the opportunity to get out and sort livestock. It's something that I am passionate about. I'm more passionate about working with kids, and when you can get to do both together, it sure makes for a good day. And I've enjoyed it. These guys have done a fantastic job. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about each individual goat over here. There's a handful that I think suit me maybe just a bit better. I think what we've got in general is a set of goats in this first place line that are functional. They're goats that are built right from a skeletal standpoint. They're goats that look as good on the move. They look as good if you're just standing here holding them, and they look as good as you're bracing them. They just hold themselves together really in any angle and any view that I want to get on these goats. And those are the kind that you want to find. When one catches your attention walking in the ring and you think that thing's got a lot of muscle, he really runs uphill, the skeleton's right in him, then you get him out here and the showman can get in front and kind of prop them up, and they look just as good. And then you come up and you can handle them, and you're not disappointed at all with what you find from a handle standpoint. Those are the kind that are going to work their way to the top, and that's what we got over here. Fresh handling goats that have got muscle, that have got shape, but more than anything, they're skeletally correct, they're balanced, they're goats that I think are the kind that we need to be striving to raise in this industry, that are not too far out there in terms of foot and bone size. They're not too far out there in terms of just that huge center body, but they've got plenty of both of those. They're goats that run uphill, that balance, that give you a good look. They're goats that have got shape and expression of muscle when you handle them down their top. And if you hadn't figured it out yet, I'm really critical on the way goats are made from hooks to pins. And in general, we've got a set of goats over here that are really good in terms of the way they're made from hooks to pins. They're level enough. You don't want to get them too level or you start having rear leg problems, but they're level enough, and there certainly are goats that have got the width that you want to find out through their pins, and they maintain that width all the way through their hock and to the ground. So you've got base width and you've got skeletal dimension when you study these goats, and that's the kind I like to find when we have the opportunity. I think there's, again, 2 or 3 in this line and a goat or 2 over here that we're going to study. After we pick a champion, we'll bring one over here and study just a little more for reserve. But I do think there's a goat out here today that just combines so many good things for me from a skeletal standpoint. It's kind of uncommon when you've got an outstanding showman on a goat, but the goat almost looks better when we just set him out here on the move, or when we just kind of get off of him and chain show him. This goat is tremendous. Looks great on the profile when the showman's in him, but probably looks just as good when we just set him on the move or when we get out of him and chain show him. This is a goat that's designed right. Dead level down his top, big hipped and big ended, tremendous in terms of rib shape, tremendous in terms of center body, one that I think runs uphill as good as any of them up through his breastplate and his chest floor, tall at the point of his shoulder, his blade lays in him just exactly the way I like them to when we get out here and we view him from the side and you get in over the top of him and you love the top side width that he has and the shape that he has when you work down his top. All you young people have done a great job today showing them to me. There's one that suits me better. I'm going to go get that one picked. We'll bring a second over. We'll study a little more for reserve. All of you are to be congratulated, though, for being back out here. Let's give them a big round of applause, if you would, for me.
Your champion goat goes to 65, Drew Cheshire, Magnolia West FFA. We need 60, Zoe Sadler into the lineup. I need 58, Adam Tanner in the holding area. Your reserve or champion goat goes to 31 Dakota Spa Splendora FFA. I now need 22 Kendall Wiat into the lineup.
$75, 7-5.
Number 3 in the sale went to Kenley Waldrop, Exhibit 75, champion 4H. Carly Rogers, need to move over.
$60, 60.
That was Exhibit 60, Zoe Sadler, Trails M 4H. I need 58, Tanner Adams into the lineup. And I need 57, Polly Kerr to the holding area.
$22, 2-2.
Kendall Wiat just went 5th. I need 30, Parker Moratti into the arena. 24, Bailey Evans to the holding area. $104. $104 was Bailey Cheshire. She just went number 6.
$95, 9-5.
95 is Holly O'Neill. She just went number 7.
$44.
Exhibitor 44 was Marty Moratti, Montgomery Dobbin, 4A. She just went number 8. 106. 106. 106, Brooke Slager. Just went number 9. I need 108, Claire Frazier into the arena. 109, Cameron Hatcher to the holding area. Number 10 just went to Exhibit 6, Matthew Sester, New Caney, FFA. .46, 4-6. Number 11 just went forward. That was Exhibit 46, Carly Hagemeyer. .82, 8-2. 82 was Emma Hudson, Montgomery FFA. She just went number 12. .81, 8-1. 81 was Trista Tully. I need 79, Kylie Sadler into the arena. Exhibit 80, Chloe Pollock to the holding area. 15. Exhibit 15, Janet Dempsey just went 14th in the sales from Willis 4-H. This is for final guaranteed spot, then we will select 5 alternates. $58, 5-8. $58 just went 15th. That was Tanner Adams, Splendora, FFA. I need 57, Polly Kerr in the arena. 63, Carolyn Andrews to the holding area. $89, 8-9. First alternate went Jimmy Hatcher, Exhibit 89, Magnolia, FFA. I need 94, Bailey Slager into the arena. 91, Macklin Schultz to the holding area. $72, 7-2. $72 was Carly Rogers, Montgomery Jr., FFA. I need 67, Cameron Zarate into the arena. 71, Gussie Armatis to the holding area. That last selection was for second alternate. $48, 4-8. Third alternate goes to Exhibit 48, Woodrow Knox, New Caney Jr., FFA. Exhibit 49, Skylar Scott is needed in the arena. 47, Riley Kerr to the holding area. 79, 7-9. Fourth alternate was Kylie Sadler. I need exhibit number 80, Chloe Pollock, into the arena. The remaining of the goats in the holding area are released back to the barn. $67, 6-7. That was our fifth alternate, exhibit 67, Cameron Zarate, Montgomery FFA. Y'all clear the arena. Juniors, come back to the holding area. Junior Showmanship, $5. Winner take all.
She had me in her grips, then she let go and tossed me in, just like a shirt into the wash. We'll never know what could have been. I want another chance to prove that I could be the one for you. How could you make me feel so good and then do those evil things you do now? I'm falling, I was all in. Running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yet you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. Your pretty face has got me in overdrive. seasons on that long. Should I stay or should I go? You move in strange ways. I can't keep up with it. Since we met, I've seen stranger things. Specters hidden in my sound. Let the crew just moving now.
13 and under. You're entering the arena at this time. Whenever the juniors get in the arena, I will call for the senior showmanship.
Video.
Judge, I think half the show's in this class and the other half's going to be in the next class.
y'all would, let's give these juniors a big round of applause. This is a big group, but a talented group. These guys do a great job, and there's a number of you over here that you're right here with them. It gets really, really difficult to sort down and find 6 or 7 or 8 that you want to pull across that maybe at that particular point in time we're doing just a notch better of having themselves in front of the goat and having the head and neck coming up out of the top of the shoulders and giving the right look on profile, not letting them get too stretched out or having feet and legs set just a little bit better. That's why these 8 are over here. They all did a great job when they came in terms of getting them shown on the move. They did a great job of giving me a good touch and handle when I came up and handled both on rear view and profile. And they've done a good job out here on profile, keeping feet and legs set, just keeping them square and looking the part for me. And when we pulled these kids out of that big line, I felt like they were the ones that had feet and legs just a little better, had those goats kind of on point out there in showmanship just a little better. But it gets pretty close when you're trying to sort out that many out of a big group like this. These guys I thought were just a little more complete. I think when we get this group out here, there's some things that I'm pretty critical on in showmanship. Number one, you've got to have them walk, and these goats have got to walk, and they've got to walk at a natural pace for you so that you're not having to drag them. They're not dragging you. You're even with their front legs, and you can just move around the ring at a natural pace. I like showmen that are pretty quick, and when you have to circle or when you have to get out and move, you can get back in front of that goat and get them stopped and set up pretty quickly. But more than anything, this view right here is where most decisions are made. So it's critical that you have these goats looking right on profile. You got them running uphill as much as is possible. All 4 feet are on the ground, but you've got them running uphill. You've got a light brace on them at all times. You don't let them get too stretched out. And there's a showman or two out here that are really, really good, but just let them get a little stretched out and let them get it over their front legs just a little too much. And that's what sorts out a couple to me that I think are just outstanding and that do maybe just a notch smoother job in terms of that profile look and giving me the look that I want to see out here on profile. And I'll just point out kind of the top kids out here that I think have done a great job. The young lady here that's second from the end, the young man in the green shirt right in front of her, the young lady right here in the striped shirt, I thought have done a really, really good job from start to finish. And again, it comes down to some minor things. And when you come up and you handle these goats, I think there's one that maybe gives you just a little better touch, and that's not just the goat, that's the showman. I think this showman maybe is the best that we've got out here in terms of making that head and neck come right out of the top of the shoulders, giving a really good look on profile, keeping feet and legs set really square, not letting them get too stretched out, not letting them get easy down their top. And I think a showman that's just been really smooth from start to finish out here. Young lady in the striped shirt, your champion in the junior division.
Jesse, give me a back tag number. Your champion junior showman goes to exhibitor 44, Marty Moratti, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. This is senior showmanship.
Wow, what a tough group of seniors. Let's give them a big round of applause. I don't even know. I think I pulled about 10, and I'm not exaggerating when I say I easily could have pulled that many more. These 10 at that snapshot in time, y'all had them set up just a notch better for me. Your feet and legs were where I wanted them. You had a great look on profile. That's the reason you got pulled. Now you can look out here and take another snapshot, and I promise you I could find 10 more that are doing a really good job. This is an extremely, extremely deep set of senior showmen. So, congratulations to each of you. Congratulations to your ag teachers and agents and parents and leaders and those that are helping you and coaching you on showmanship. And I know that there's no question you're spending the time at home. You're doing the work that you need to do with these goats to get them to where they'll show. You've been in the ring enough times that you're confident and you've got the skills that you need to have in here in showmanship. So I promise you this is as good a group and as big a big group of senior showmen as I've had the pleasure to work through. Y'all are really, really good. You do a great job. That said, I think there's 2 or 3 that hit the ring over here and come in and they catch your attention as being showmen that are really confident that are in here to get done what they want to get done. They get those goats presented on the move extremely well. Really, really efficient showmen. No wasted motion. Once we stop, you've got those goats set up in just a matter of seconds, and then you get on the head of that goat and you just kind of disappear, and everything just stays set. You're not having to reset legs. We're not ever easy topped. We're not ever up in our top. We're not ever allowing that front end to kind of be sucked down. These are showmen that I never caught a time when I felt like they were really out of position. I do think there's one that does a better job of keeping feet and legs exactly where they need to be and keeping them exactly square. And I'll tell you the 3 that stand out to me that I think have done a great job all day are the young lady here about the 4th one back in the red striped shirt, the young lady in the pink sweater vest right here, and the young lady in the green shirt. They've done a fantastic job out here. And again, it does come down to really, really small, minor differences, but that feet and leg placement on profile is everything. When you can get the feet and legs where they need to be and you never have to reset them and that goat is set the entire time, always square, really looks natural, never looks like we're overdriving, never looks like we're pulling back. That's something to be said. That's a lot of time at home. It's also showman that's got a tremendous amount of skill. And today, for me, the young lady in the green shirt, your champion. Congratulations.
Your champion senior showman goes to exhibitor 75, Kenley Waldrop, champion 4-H. That selection, that concludes the Market Goat Show for today. Y'all have a safe trip home. You're released to start picking your goats up. If you made the sale, or you're an alternate, you and a parent need to come back into the arena. Seniors, put your goats away if you made the